Hello, beautiful people. How are all of you doing today? Chat, I have good news. Okay, I just looked at the LINNEA animations, and it looks like her repeated tap thing doesn't actually hit the enemy until, like, the big hit. The sack bow dream is alive. It is alive. It is alive. It's alive. It's alive. It's alive. It is alive. I don't even know if it's gonna be worth it, but like, whatever. Hi, Chad. Good morning. How do you do? Do you guys sleep well? I slept pretty poorly, actually. I'm still feeling pretty tired right now. You were too excited. You wanted to do more VARKA. True. I did. I did. I did. Thoughts on the animations? I have none. I don't have thoughts on the animation. No thoughts whatsoever. Wait a fucking second. I thought it was every other hit that it did the lunar crystallized thing. But it seems like it's every 3 hits, not every other hit. What the hell? Okay, wait, what's the hit frequency even? So they use it at 59. First hit is at 2. It's like every 2.5 seconds? Without the hydro thing? And then with the hydro thing? With the hydro thing, it's every 2 seconds. It seems. Does that mean... Okay, yeah. Anyways, I memean, we'll get around to doing some calcs on her, but first of all, we need to figure out where we spend our resin. Is it a condensed day? Honestly, maybe it is. I went to the wrong waypoint. VARKA artifact. So there's a bug on my account where I didn't actually receive my free VARKA yet, and I'm worried they're not gonna fix it. And if they don't fix it, then like farming for VARKA artifacts won't help me very much. It's a weird bug. It really is.
Thank you for
I got my free VARKA. How'd you do it? Is it like AR61 or something? By the way, chat, any VARKA owners in chat that have a built Razor and that got VARKA's Zig? Because I would really like to test, like, literally on the same artifact set. VARKA without Sig versus Razor with VARKA's Sig. And it has to be on the witch, or yeah, on the witch set. Should I DM you? Yeah, if you have that on your account, you can send me a DM on Discord. I would appreciate that. But I don't think we'll start with that today though. So maybe you'll be gone by the time I get to do that. Do you want to test C6? Probably not today. Maybe at some point throughout this match, but I don't think I want to do that today. I guess I can just condense on this account too, right? And then we can immediately get into LINNEA calcs. All right. Before we get into LINNEA calcs, we need to... Oops. Razor is not C6. Oh, yeah, no. Razor needs to be C6. Them. We need to do a calc for non-LINNEA Zabai, because I kind of forgot what I had of that. And I haven't done it since I looked at, like, real rotations either. If only he saved his old calcs. Yeah, that would probably help. You're right. That's a good point. Maybe I should do that. All right. Base defense, defense percent, flat defense, total defense, damage percent, EM multiplier, crit value, crit multiplier, E defense 1, E defense 2, E defense lunar. No. Maybe. I don't know. I haven't thought about that yet. Wait, chat, what if I start actually calling them by their actual name? Moondrift. Okay. All right. So we'll have our baseline comparison. Zabai. Zabai. Idlua. Linnea. No, sorry. Zabai, Idlua, Goro. Holomina. Harbinger. Night Sky. Serenade. Fav. Instructor. Obeyed. Amber. All right. Uh. Okay, so let's have this, 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 this. All right. I just fucking closed the page with her numbers. I'm an idiot. I gotta open it back up. I wanted to like close some of my tabs, but I closed the one tab I wanted to keep open. Oopsie. All right. So, the buy. Base stats, base defense, 957. Defense percent. Main stats, sub stats. Goro. That's it. Flat defense. Control Shift T. Does that open your latest closed tab? I see. Oh yeah, she does have the plus 30 from passive. I forgot. 200, 100, 200, and then Goro is 412. No, I'll look at this one. 438. Damage percent in this team is 15 from Goro. EM. Actually, should I assume like the simplified combos instead? Assume that you don't get any like accelerated stuff? Because people don't get them reliably, right? Isn't it easy? It depends on the application. It can be weird. Oh yeah, GeoRes, true. EM, she's got 60 from that passive, 80 from Itlua. We're looking at Itlua C6 for now. 80 from Itlua, 80 from Night Sky, 80 from Substats. 120 from Serenade. Uh 80 average from Instructor. Then for this, we have Columbina Burst, Sky and Serenade, and every 100 points is 1%. Yeah. Crit value, crit ascension, main stat, substats, true. Harbinger, Harbinger passive, Idlua, Goro. Night Sky. Isn't assuming 80 EM and 30% defense from substats a bit too optimistic? My calcs have always had a relatively generous amount of non-crit substats, and comparatively a slightly lower amount of crit substats. Anyways, E defense lunar. We look at this instead. Does that make sense? I feel like that's high. I guess it does. Might I just give the 60 from Baza? No, that's the first one I had. Okay, and then this is $451.84. No, the first one is okay. Moondrift, dude, how much base damage does it have again? Lunar Crystallize Genshin. Why is it that the Lunar Crystallize page doesn't tell you what the base damage is at level 9? Or at level 90? And you have to go through a different page to find it? Like, why? Why is it doing that? Like, Wiki, what are you doing? It's 1389. $13.89. $13.89. Okay. All right. Then we're gonna need Idlua stats. So base defense 814. Defense percent like 10. Damage percent 0. EM. Main stat times 3. Serenade. Instructor. Substats. More than that on substats. Substats. Ascension. Yeah. All right. Crit value 60, 50, 15 rolls. This squared by plus 1. E defense. EM. Moondrift. Okay. Then Goro. Base stat. 648. We are building him full defense. I don't remember what a main stat of defense is on a 4-star. 43.5. Plus, like, I don't know, 20 from subs. Sure. Triple defense Goro doesn't even get close to 2,000. This character is so pathetic. My god. Okay, that's fine. Didn't Zajef do cows on that team already? Yeah, but I didn't save the sheet, and I want to be comparing them. So, need to make sure I'm using the same assumptions. EM. Yeah, I guess one of your pieces will be offset. Sure. So you end up with like this. Still. He gets the 120 and like the 80, and that's it. No, he also gets another 120 from, no, another 80 from 2-piece instructor. And then substats. This is gonna be a lot less. This was what, 5.3? And you get like 10 of them, maybe. Effective defense. Does Goro have attack scaling? I forgot. Because all of his damage numbers are so dog shit. He does, yeah. It doesn't matter. It doesn't do any damage. We'll pretend it doesn't exist. It's fine. Okay. Alright. Motion value. For Zabai. I guess I might as well start with Goro. It's what, 166.97. And 104.21. Eight hits, I think. That's basically it. Ilua is 965.12% on the EM motion value. And then the burst 1654.4. And then the C2 is 400 times 5. This divided by 2. Okay. Balls. How the Jeff feels when he skipped most of Nalgar just accidentally get the best DPS among them. Why are you saying accidentally as if this wasn't my plan from the beginning? Okay, we're gonna just be assuming that you do 3 and 4s plus burst, right? So 96.18. 88.57. 58.77 times 2. 148.2 times 3. 293.3 times 4. And 215.83 times 2/3, maybe. I forgot I need the fucking extra stupid thing for this, right? For this extra damage. Because that extra damage doesn't fucking scale with her EM, right? And it's stupid and dumb and I hate it. Chat, I actually forgot. Does the extra damage from this get multiplied by the 1.6 multiplier for Lunar Crystallize? Is it 1.6 or 1.8? Dude, no, it doesn't. I see. I think it's 1.6. Yeah, it's 1.6. Dude, I'm not awake, man. Just give me a minute. So 239.65 times 4. That's not an equal, that's a minus. 50.08 times 3. 302.16 times 2/3. 60 times 4. And this is times 1.6, right? Then number of Idlua procs. So this whole thing is... Oh, 5, 5, 5, so that's 15. Right? From the normals. And then another 4, so 19. Just 20 average. And then this is 7 plus 2/3. Number of moon drifts. You have an upper limit of 18. Realistically, you're getting a bit less than that. So either 12 or 15. And then maybe 9 that Zabai participates in. 15 total. Do we call Lunar Crystallized Moondrift now? Yeah, I decided that it was time to call the thing by its real name. How much shred do we have in this team? We only have Geo Resonance, right? So 1.05. Okay. You forgot Moondrift? I did. Um... Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Have a good day as well. Alright. How much HP percent is she? On Amber in this team, if you don't want to hate your life, you kind of want to be on ER Sands. And I don't want to hate my life. So... Why do we need to burst every rotation? Because if you don't have Sack Jade, her weapon options suck so much that bursting every other rotation... Her weapon options suck so much that Proto Amber is just so much better. And you just want to burst every other every rotation. Like Witsith just sucks too much on her. That's the problem. Like, she doesn't have proper damage-focused weapon options other than Sack Jade and 5 stars. So if you don't have a 5-star, you don't have Sack Jade, you kind of have to burst every rotation because it's not worth it to build full damage anymore. Because your best weapon is Proto Amber, and Proto Amber already gets you almost to the ER requirements to burst every rotation just from the passive. You just need basically the ER Sands on top of it. And if all you have to sacrifice is 1 HP main stat, then it is worth it. Actually, looking overall, we're not actually at LINNEA calcs yet. We're getting a baseline first. Anyways, damage percent here is 0. EM. We have Obeyed. We have Substats. We have Serenade. We have about half uptime on Instructor in this team. Or on Columbina. What else do we have here? Is that it? It is, right? My god. Does Zajef mean HP Sands and burst every other rotation? Kinda. Basically, it is better to burst every other rotation on a damage weapon with Columbina. But because her damage options suck so much, and Proto Amber gives you just so much value. If you don't have Sack Jade, you're in a situation where you wouldn't get that much more damage on Widsith versus Proto Amber, even if you don't burst every rotation with Proto Amber. And if you're already on Proto Amber, you need less ER to burst every rotation than you would on other weapons, because you get energy from the Proto Amber itself. Obeyed 80. I started with that. It was Obeyed, Substats, Serenade, Instructor. That's it, right? Oh yeah, Elo is C6. I forgot about that. Thank you. I guess I forgot it here as well then. Alright, crit value. Crit Ascension, main stat, substats, passive, Ilua. Is that it? She doesn't get the Goro crit, so yeah. That makes sense, yeah. Okay. Motion value on Columbina is 28.42. 15.91 times 9. 54.81. Motion value lunar. 24 times 3. So with these assumptions, I'm getting this team at 137 here. Does that make sense? Seems low. 19 seconds is too much. Most people do get an 18-second rotation. Is that true? Okay, then sure. Because, like, again, right? I'm trying to have it simplified in a way where, like, it's representative of actual gameplay. Right? We're not just sheet maxing here. If people are actually getting 18-second rotations, but yeah. Okay. But, like, obviously, there's a lot of assumptions that are potential, or that can be put into question here, but anyways. Now, let's take a look at how LINNEA compares to Goro in the same slot. First thing we need to do is we need to remove all of Goro's buffs. So, this... I just realized I'm kind of an idiot, aren't I? I forgot the plus 60 here. Oopsie. I didn't give Columbina a set bonus. Okay. That's better. Yeah, first change the name, fair. Reasonable first step, actually. Alright. We removed the Ascendant Gleam buff. I think now you can do 19 seconds, but why? Why would the rotation length change? On LINNEA, you press skill, you swap out. It doesn't take longer, unless you do the big one. But I haven't actually looked at any of the numbers yet, so I don't know if that's what you're supposed to do. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. You need to burst for Harbinger or you don't. That's a fucking myth, okay? You lose more damage. You lose more DPS with a burst animation than you lose by being below cap, like below threshold on Harbinger. Alright? Like, if you're always below threshold, then eventually you'll want to use your burst. But, like, you do not need to have the burst as part of the rotation. Just use it when you're low. Anyways, LINNEA. Dude, I'm struggling. And for now, we'll look at Slingshot. And later we'll look at Sackbow. Honestly, the Sackbow thing is probably not real. I would like for it to be real, but it probably isn't. Because, like, it probably just takes too long. Anyways, what was this? For now, we'll do double obeyed. And then we'll take a look at a couple of the other things. So, Husk. I assume Husk will be pretty good, but not yet. One thing at a time. So, we need to remove all of the remnants of Goro. So, 25%. Bye-bye. 438. Bye-bye. Instructor. This was 80 EM average. This was 80 EM average. This was 80 EM average. This was 60 EM average. Was there any other remnant? Yes. The 40 crit. Bro, I deadass forgot if... Yeah, it's only active character, right? No, all nearby party members. No, it isn't. This is starting to seem a little too high. Are people actually getting it? I feel like they're not. I feel like that's not true. I feel like that's a lie. I feel like that's a lie. We'll do 19. We'll do 19. That's less unreasonable, I think. Anyways, so I should do 19 for these as well. Okay. I have removed all of Goro's remnants, I think. So now we can actually look at LINNEA. So it hits every 2 seconds, and every third hit is the lunar damage. So you get 3 per rotation, right? Every second hit is? No, that is not the case. That's what they said at the start, but look at the footage we have. It is every 3 hit, not every 2 hit. She does 2 hits, 3 hits, 2 hits, 3 hits. What? Really? Because they don't show the fucking thing staying for very long. We see that it does the lunar thing on the first hit and then on the 4th hit. Right? Wait, let me go fucking find it again. So here, it does it on the second one because the first one happens before we trigger Lunar Crystallize. And then on the 5th one, and then the video stops. Like, okay. Cool. Isn't it like this? What's that? What do you... What? That's just what I'm on right now. What are you talking about? Oh, I guess it's not exactly what I'm on, but like 2 normal Geo and 1 lunar? Yeah, that's what it seems to be. Because the only instance where it shows this attack, he linked a comment. Oh. Okay, yeah, but like it's not. Like in the video showcase, the first hit, there is no Moondrift. So we can assume that we are supposed to start counting on the second hit. The second hit is Lunar Crystallize, and after the Lunar Crystallize hit, there's 2 hits of normal Geo before the next Lunar Crystal. Like not 2 hits, 2 attacks, 2 instances of it attacking, 4 hits. In the video we have. And then it stops after the fucking second lunar hit. So we don't know what it does after that. But I feel like we have to assume that it's just every 3 hits. Which would be ass, actually. Well, it's not ass, but it's like not that good. Like this is 3 per rotation. That is not a very large amount. That's why the nuke is better, but the nuke does take a lot more time. The attack pattern is Geo, Lunar, Geo, then repeat. How do you know this? Like, you guys are saying these things, but, like, source, I made it up. Like, I think the translation from yesterday said so. Fuck the translation from yesterday. We have fucking footage that shows it. And it shows that it's not every other hit. So, like... But I also don't trust the lunar geo, and then repeat. Because, like, the reason why the footage has a geo attack as the first one instead of a lunar attack is because the condition for the lunar attack is having moondrifts present. But they stared at the enemy for like 10 seconds, so the moondrifts disappeared. So there was no moondrift until the first geo attack triggered lunar crystallize. So, like, ugh. Anyways. Wait, also, I just realized I wasn't supposed to have this shred here. Not that it matters, but... Why can't these leakers showcase properly? I mean, usually I give them the benefit of the doubt. Like, they're trying to show something, whatever. Right? They're trying to... Because, like, very often the leakers, like for VARKA, for example, they paused between attacks. And I was like, okay, well, this is very frustrating as a theory crafter, but if what you care about is what the attack animations look like, doing them slower makes sense. There is no reason to cut the footage before we see enough to see the frequency. That's just rage bait as fuck. You're not doing this for anyone. That actually has to be rage bait. I don't get it. Just assume it's every second hit, but we know it's not. The footage literally shows that it is not. There are 5 hits shown, and the lunar crystallize is on the 2nd and on the 5th. So you mean 2323? No, I don't mean 2323 because we don't fucking know what happens after the 3. Why would you assume that? You're just making that up for fun. No. Ribozo. This is gonna be 1.2 now. Assume the worst case. Yeah, I'll just assume it's every 3 hits for now. I think that's the most likely. Um. Okay. Base defense is 907. Defense percent, we go defense crit. First time Klugi, both Ian and Cian Talentech says alternating, so it has to be true. Geoluder gang, rise up. Okay, unironically, I actually don't know this. Does the word alternating inherently imply that it's a binary alternation like that? Or could you use the word alternating if it switches between 3 different values? Like, is alternating still an accurate word to use? I don't actually know this. Yes, you can't answer yes to a multiple choice question and expect me to be like, oh, thank you, I guess. Don't say thank you, chat will trigger. Yeah, you're right. Anyways, 58.3. What if we assume she snapshots? Yeah, no, okay. That was cope. I'm sorry. Alright. Does she get any damage percent from any of her bullshit? She doesn't, right? Yeah. EM. How much EM do we have here? 120 from Serenade, 80 from Obeyed, 80 from Substats, 80 from Idlua. Was that it? Yeah, multiplier. Oh yeah, now we also have this at 1.35. Okay. Crit value. Crit ascension. Main stat. Substat. Idlua. Slingshot. What is the 1.35 from? 14 from Zabai, 14 from LINNEA, 7 from Columbina. Wait, how easy is this one to max out? Oh. Wait. No, that's the wrong one. Okay, no, never mind. Yeah, this is very easy to max out. Okay. Effective defense. Effective defense lunar. Okay. And then Moondrift. Okay. Okay. Can we put Linnea on Golden Troop? That doesn't sound right. I mean, maybe. Maybe it's good. Maybe I'm fucking delusional and her. Like, I haven't actually properly registered any of these numbers. We're putting them in now. So, 163.2 times 2 every hit, and there should be 6 hits. That makes sense. And then the lunar is 170 times 3 times 1.6. Yeah. That's not very high. Oh my. Yeah, I mean, I guess her value is mainly in the buffing, not in the damage, but I was told she did a lot of damage, and clearly that doesn't seem to be all that true. Anyways, EM, we get an extra 5% of Linnea's defense. Yeah. 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 That can't be right. That cannot be right. She does roughly 500k per rotation. Oh, yeah. I forgot the lunar damage. That makes more sense, yeah. Okay, bad. That's kind of an important part of her kit, isn't it? You forgot to remove the 15? No, I did remove it. The remaining 15 is georesonance. This is every 3-hit lunar? Yeah. This is not insanely high. This is quite high, yes. And, like, you can get this higher if you play better. I'm assuming rotations that are a little bit more pessimistic and realistic. Okay, let's take this and compare a few different builds for Linnea now. Hello? What the fuck? Okay. So no shred, no, I put the shred in. Times 1.2 everywhere. So 18 seconds is better since you don't need to burst. I mean, if you're doing 19 seconds on Goro, you can't do 18-second rotations on Linnea. Her field time, if you just use ability and swap out, is the same as Goro. Anyways, so first, let's look at Husk. So we lose... What do we lose if we go Husk? We lose 80 EM. We lose 60 EM multiplier. We gain 54 defense and 24 damage percent. Seems like it's a little bit worse. Interesting. I guess it's because... Wait a second. No, I need to change this now. Okay, no, it's 33 DPS better. No, 40 DPS better. It's basically the same. Okay. What about Serenade Columbina, Instructor Idlua? This is now 139 instead. We now gain an extra 80 from the 2-piece and 60 from 80 from half uptime instructor, 2/3 uptime instructor. We gain 80 EM on Zabai. Substat change? No. It's basically the same amount of substats. Like, we will lose crit substats. Sure. I don't know, like... But we don't really lose the M substats. Because... You go EM main stats on Instructor, and you go off-piece with your highest EM Flower or Feather. And then you get an Instructor piece with like 40 EM on the other one. And you can get to 140 without too much of a problem. What about the ER? We're on 5. That's part of why we're on 5. But 5 is just so much more comfortable than the other weapons in general. Crit rate, though? Just get some crit rate, idiot. You can farm Instructor now. You have no excuse. I mean, worst case, you can just do Ketane instead, and you're fine, right? It'll be very similar. But I'm gonna be honest, like, I don't think I've ever had energy issues on Idlua. Unless I miss the skill. I guess that's a constellation thing, though. Right? Because you get the... It's C1, man. If you don't have C2, you're not playing him. So don't, like, yeah. Don't even, yeah. Like, just put the Goro in the bag at that point. What are you doing? Anyways, I need to remove the Obeyed here. and add instructor EM. Here. This is basically the same again. That's nice, though. I like it when there's multiple different set combinations that are viable and relatively similar. Husk LINNEA, we already looked at that. 2Bs on Ilua, that's bad. You don't want to do that. Sack Jade, Columbina. Yeah, I mean, that's going to be good. But I don't have Sack Jade, so I don't care. Sack Jade. 32, 6, or 46.6. 40. Burst every other rotation. More reliable, slightly shorter rotations. And all the crit value from Sack Jade. And it's like pretty noticeably better. But like, yeah. At that point, maybe we want to do Serenade LINNEA, right? Yeah, it's slightly better. Let me check something, actually. All right, this is... Well, let's look at this. Let's look at the default one. No. Let's look at this one. And do LINNEA E2. We're basically adding 1 second to our rotation by doing that. Which... yeah. We will now get... probably 8 hits. I'm not sure exactly how many hits you'll get over a rotation like this. Maybe 9. Maybe 8. Something like that. And now this is... where is she? 680. And we're also... Wait a second. There's no times 3 anymore, right? And we're also... gonna be full uptime on Instructor now, because all of our damage happens when we use the Instructor. Is that true? Oh, that would mean you have to go to LINNEA after Idlua, so you'd have worse uptime on Zabai. Wait, no, that kind of sucks. Wait, we don't have Instructor on this team. I'm an idiot. Okay, that's fine. Who cares? Yeah, so this makes sense. Okay, this is a little bit worse, but it's very viable. Like, it's basically the same. So, like, if you're min-maxing your gameplay, what you want to do is you want to try to get the shortened combos on Zabai. When you manage to get the shortened combos, you do the repeated tap on LINNEA to get the nuke. And if you fuck it up, you don't do that instead. So you can keep your rotations consistently at the same amount of time. And when you successfully do the shortened combos on Zabai, you get a pretty big DPS injection from being able to do the nuke on LINNEA without extending your rotation time. For shorter combos, it means to build a little more. No, the shortened Zabai combos are the ones where you do triple E. For C1 Zabai, however, do we have to do the hold all the time? I don't remember. Is C1 Zabai field time longer or shorter than C0? Because you have more skills, but you also generate a fuck ton at the start. Okay, some people are saying longer and some people are saying shorter, so I have no idea who to trust. If it's shorter, you want to... Basically, doing the nuke on LINNEA is not really worth doing if it extends your rotation. But if not doing that would mean that when you swap to Zabai, your skill is on cooldown, then you should do the nuke, because the nuke is better. That being said, this is assuming that you get... that you get 3 hits per rotation from the Lunar. And we don't actually know that for a fact yet because they decided to only show 5 hits. Okay. Now, the real moment of truth. I hope this works. That's worse. No. It is better if it doesn't extend your rotation, but it's worse if it does. I wonder what the best setup would be if you have Sac Jade Columbina. It's probably alternate Columbina Burst and LINNEA Nuke. So if I take this... Hmm. Wait a second. I forgot. If you do the LINNEA nuke, you get the Itlua thing on the nuke hit, right? Which is 1000 DPS. Big. 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 I need to remove it. Okay. So actually min-maxed bullshit here. 19-second alternate rotation. That has this and this. Huh. She will get the 200 defense too? Oh yeah. No. You can't 3 EQ though? Yeah, I know. The idea behind the sack bow is not 3 EQ, it's 3 EE. Hmm. Why not 200 defense? Because that would mean you need to... Well, wait. Actually. What's the uptime on Itlua again? I forgot. 20 seconds. Okay. Never mind. You do get it then. You're right. Caught. That means I need to do a second one though, doesn't it? Okay, fine. I guess we'll start on this. Hmm. I guess I only need one more line, right? Here. Oh, but we'll need a couple more things, right? I'll call it 3E instead of E2. Yeah, because the star rail notation making people think this is C2. Um. EM2. EMM2. On field, we have an extra... An extra what? 5% of her defense? Is there anything else? Any other... we already looked at this. Don't think so, right? Uh... Okay. Doesn't he get the full 120 from instructor from the nuke? No, because in order to do that, you'd have to do 2 swaps to eat Lua or give up on instructor uptime on Zabai. And I don't think either of those are worth it. Maybe it is. Maybe it is, actually. But yeah, this one doesn't have instructor, but the other one does. Please tell us we can get away without farming less. Yeah, you can just use a bait. It's fine. I think that the triple E top damage, like the triple E nuke damage, comes out in less than 3 seconds after swap in. So Obeyed should still buff it. Is Husk more than Obeyed? They're basically the same. Like, it's a sub 1% difference. So just use whichever set you have more, like, you have better gear for. And if you don't have good gear on either, farm for Obeyed because it's more useful. So condition for her off-field mode Lunar Crystallizer. Can we get one of those with on-field Eat Lua buffs? It's... I don't know. The footage we have, it makes it hard to tell. Because Linnea's skill is used... is used without generating Moondrifts first in the footage we see. But honestly, it doesn't matter. Getting one Quill used up is 1k DPS. If you have to stay on field to do that, that's a DPS loss no matter what. Is there a reason for Fab on Idlua if everyone bursts every 2 rotations? It's for Zabai energy, mainly. Zabai isn't bursting every 2 rotations. She's bursting in an asynchronous manner 2 out of 3 rotations with these assumptions. What's the particle generation here? Oh! Oh, okay. It's 4.5? No, that's Idlua. I'm a fucking idiot. 3? 3? Wait. Does it happen on hit? Or on cast? If it happens on hit, this isn't 3, this is 6. And that's really good. Oh shit, wait, that's a lot. What the fuck? Dude, that's a lot of particles. What the hell? Holy shit. Wait, you might be able to burst every rotation on Zabai then. That's so many fucking particles. Holy fuck. Yeah, I guess the cast doesn't have a hit. So it wouldn't make sense for it to be like that. Wait, that's big, by the way. Because it's not just a lot of particles. It's a lot of particles, half of which are guaranteed to be caught by Zabai herself. ER cows? I can take a look. Where's your 5? What? You're playing Sac Jade Columbina? Yeah. Where's your 5 so you can QE on Eat Lua? and have the buy ER requirements at 0. Um, how many particles does Columbina generate again? It's 1.33 every 2 hits. Something like this. It's 70, 60. Yeah, okay. I wasn't sure. Um, yeah. And then this is like, yeah. Oh yeah, Idlua has C1, I forgot. If you don't go 5 on Idlua, you need to build like 15, 13 more ER on Zabai. Kitane, that doesn't fix. We're not going 5 Idlua for 5 Idlua. We're going 5 Idlua for 5 Zabai. Okay. Give me a second, chat. Okay, wait. I gotta fucking. What the? What the hell? What? Wait, that's so fucking weird. What the hell? It feels like it's randomly generating a number between 2 and 3 and alternating based on that. Like what? So it's on first hit happens, then third hit happens, then fifth hit, then seventh, but not ninth, then 10th, and then not 12th. I told you it's 2 hits into 3 hits. This was 2 hits 3 times in a row and then 3 hits. Like, I'm. Also, the footage does not show from LINNEA initial cast, so we still don't know how that's gonna line up exactly. Because I don't know which hit the first one we see is. Unlucky. It's just detection issues on the moon drifts. Is it? Moon drifts randomly disappear. They don't look like they disappear. They're always there. Oh, they disappeared there. Oh! I see. I think the ICD might be weird then, right? Does it not have a time roll reset? Wait. So the first one triggers on the second hit, then on the first hit, then on the first hit. No, it does. Then on the first hit. I'm confused. Okay. LINNEA ICD. Is it just standard? Independent. What the hell? No, it is standard, yeah. I am confused. Okay. I think we can go off of the assumption that it's supposed to be every other hit, but because the showcases we see only have GeoApp from LINNEA, there's not a lot of moondrifts being generated, and it's making the intervals sometimes be shorter because of that. Because if it is every 2 instead of every 3, what was the version we were getting? Was this bullshit, right? Yeah. That's kind of high. It's not that big of a difference for this team, right? It'll probably be a more meaningful difference. Well, maybe not more meaningful, actually. Yeah, still a similar amount, but... Hmm. Divide nuke by 2. Oh, you're right. With this rotation, that's what I was doing. No, you're right. I'm an idiot. Yeah, okay. That makes more sense. How good is non-Bina Zabai? Not amazing? I wonder how meaningful... Oh, no. Can you take a look at non-Zabai comps? Sure, we could do that. So, let's take the one that was actually built for damage. I didn't have a Sack Jade built for damage, did I? That's fine. We'll do this. Right? And... in this team, we run Sackbow, right? Unless we have a dedicated on-fielder, but like, who would be the dedicated on-fielder? Right, if we're not doing Zabai. Navia? No. Navia's not doing anything. VARKA, true. Noelle won't be that good. Shilonen. We already have Shred, though. What about Noelle double Hydro? But there's no second Hydro that's good to use in these teams. That's the problem. If you want to do double Hydro, you're kind of forcing yourself to play Witch with Mona Albedo, because nothing else is good. Farina is not good for something like this. She is, though? No. Linnea heals? I mean, so does Noelle. The problem isn't that we can't get Fanfare. The problem is that Fanfare doesn't do shit. Alright, let me just color code this so you can visually see where the damage is. Alright? This is the portion of the damage that gets affected by Fanfare. Farina is not good here. If you want to do if you want to replace Zabai and do some like some like lunar crystallized stuff without Zabai. It's just Farina does damage with double Hydro. Farina did damage with double Hydro when the top of the meta was Neville. Why is Itlua an instructor instead of 2PCM? 2PCM Itlua is a fucking bait. Alright. Stop. If you're not gonna be putting Itlua on Serenade because you have someone else that can be using Serenade on your team, you should be putting him on instructor. Yeah, the thing is, like, this is, like, half fake, because, like, man. Yeah, this one is probably way too optimistic. Our baseline assumption should probably just be this, right? For, was that higher than the Husk Serenade version? With Sack Jade? Did I have a Husk Serenade? I didn't. Yeah, I think for now, we'll stick to damage set Linnea and Serenade Lua. So plus 54. And then we lose the instructor and we gain the main stat 187. We lose the two-piece instructor. We lose the instructor self buff. Yeah. It's so funny that you end up with more EM on instructor than you do on Serenade. You're telling me that I'll farm a Husk? No, you can always go Obeyed. Obeyed and Husk are very similar. I'm using a Husk. Okay, you want to know the real reason I'm using Husk instead of Obeyed when they're like basically the same? It's because it's less effort to remove 54 at the end of here than it is to go into the EM multiplier and go within the parenthesis and remove the 60. That's the actual reason why I'm using Husk in my calcs here. Because they're the same amount of damage. Okay. Did I remove instructor from everyone? I think so, yeah. Yeah, so we had instructor, Ilua, Serenade, Linnea at like 500 DPS higher, but it's basically the same, right? This one, wait. We probably do 18.5 second rotations in this, right? And it remains to be seen if you get more than 3, but you probably do. I think you're probably at least getting 4, based off of what I've seen. How much of this is Sack Jade Columbina, though? Oh, man. What if we just change the Sack Jade to Witsith? How much worse is this? Lose this. It's not that bad. It is noticeable. It's a 5k DPS difference. It's not that bad. Okay. And then, yeah, Proto Amber. What? Oh, right. Right. If you burst every rotation, your rotation and length is a little bit longer. Right. So worse than Sack Jade, but similar, slightly better than Widsith. Did you remove the CV? No, I didn't. You're right. Yeah, okay, never mind. Wait, that's a lot worse than I thought. Is that real? How is Ember Bina less HP than Witsit Bina? This is with burst every rotation, and Amber isn't enough energy by itself. You need Ember plus ER Sense. We could also do burst every other rotation with Amber as well, right? Make these 20 again. But that's just worse. Oh, wait, you're right, Makuya. I actually forgot about the Moondrift, the extra Moondrifts from Columbina's passive. I forgot about it in literally every calc. Oopsie. Times 4/3. No, this is not times 4/3. I don't want to say what the fucking number is here. Because it's 4/3 if you burst every rotation. But in the Sag Jade, where you burst every other rotation, you're alternating between 4/3 and 3/3. This one is Witsith. And this one is Amber. Is this Amber? No, this is... Right. We need to put... this back to 4. Remove the HP main stat. Yeah. Don't forget about having... Yeah, I know. Why do you think I keep changing this number between 40 and 20? Yeah, and then on this, because we burst every rotation, it's 4/3 instead. Yeah. This isn't as big of a difference as I thought it was, honestly. Instructor Ilua won't have enough ER to burst and enough crit rate to trigger Fav. Instructor Ilua ER is trivial. You can QE on Ilua and your ER requirements are still low enough for the Fav substat to get you there by itself. LINNEA generates 6 particles. 6 particles. 6 particles. Chat, Goro generates like 2. Okay? Like, if you're starting from Goro, this guy generates 2. Anyways. Is that single E LINNEA? Yeah. I think that the best way to play her is a little bit different from this. Right? Cause like let me head to the dummy with the Zabai team real quick. If Ilua triggers Lunar Crystallize, it's guaranteed Fav proc. Wait, is that true? I didn't know Fav could proc off of Lunar Crystallize damage. Is that true? Wait, that's crazy. I actually did not know that. Just like, I know. Yeah, but who's playing that fuck-ass unit, man? Five crit rate. This is a bunch.
A walk would be nice.
A moonlit night for all.
Behold, the dawn! You got this!
It does seem like it's working pretty easily. I guess I would want to do Colomina first then, though. Okay.
Right.
Gotta get rid of the pillars. They're being annoying. Actually, it's fine. I can just...
Wane, 3 moons converge.
Quake! Begone, Shadow of Darkness! Go get him, Aiden!
Yeah, it seems like we're getting the guaranteed Fav proc. That's true. Yeah, okay, wait, that's sick. That means you can just completely... You can give Ilua 0 ER.
Crumble!
Or sorry, not 0... Yeah, 0 crit and 0 ER, honestly.
Third.
Light compels you! You got this!
What's the trigger condition for a C2 again? Is it a different Geo character triggering the reaction? It is, right? Or dealing Geo damage? Fuck, what's the trigger condition again? Oh, it's based on stacks consumed. I see. Okay, yeah. So you're not getting that third app from him. So you need to have at least one app before you swap to him. But that's like pretty trivial, right? Like you get one app here and then you do this and then this.
While the light shines
I
bright.
fucked it up. I still got it. Wait. Did I get a crit there?
Wane.
Gather. Begone, shadow of darkness. Go get him, Aiden.
Wait, why isn't it shooting? Why wasn't it shooting? Why did it take so long to shoot?
Crumble.
I'm confused.
Rise.
Surge. A moonlit night for all.
The light compels you. You got this.
Yeah, okay.
Be cleansed.
Yeah, okay, you're actually just guaranteed to get it, right? Wait, that's so funny. Oh, level 19. Can you explain? So, because Lunar Crystallized reaction damage looks at the stats of everyone involved, as long as one of the characters involved, in this case, Colomina, has crit, the Lunar Crystallized reaction damage will proc. The Moondrift will proc. But Fav considers Moondrift damage to be your active character's numbers. So if it crits, it'll proc your active character's Fav. In other words, even with 5% crit rate on Idlua, as long as you're triggering your Moondrift Harmony, you're getting your Lunar Crystallized reaction damage, he will proc Fav every single time. So you don't have to build any crit rate on him. Yeah, thank God they buffed Fav, dude. Would have been cooked otherwise. But yeah, so you can get away with building Instructor Idlua much more easily. Because you can go Instructor Fav Idlua. And you don't need to build any crit rate, and you don't need to build any ER. All you need is EM. It doesn't matter what the rest is. And when there's only one stat that you care about, you don't get punished as much for going on a 4-star set. Hell, in Idlua's case, because if he's not going on Instructor, he's going on Serenade. Because Serenade doesn't give him any useful stats directly, you actually get more EM from Instructor 2-piece and 4-piece than you do from the artifacts being 5-star. So you have more EM on Instructor than you do on Serenade. Anyways, so it's Serenade Linnea? Yeah, but you don't have to do that, right? Like, I have... Right, this is Serenade, Idlua, Husk, Linnea. This is Instructor Itlua Serenade Linnea. And it's the same, basically. Itlua is the highest duration buff uptime in the team, so going to him last is kind of ass, no? Who's not infinite duration in this team, though? There's literally no duration on this passive. This is permanently up. And Columbina Burst is also 20 seconds, just like Itlua. Yeah. We can compare this to Goro. No. I'm down. Instructor is just 8 seconds. No. Yeah, instructor duration isn't that long. But if you swap from your instructor character to Zabai, you have instructor on most of your damage. And I'm already assuming half uptime instructor for these. Okay, yeah. We'll start with the Lewis C2. Okay, you guys don't need me to adjust the talent value for talent level 9 instead of 12, right? Like on Itlua directly. I'll do it on his quill buff, but I can't be bothered on his motion value. He's doing fucking 3k DPS, okay? Just shut up. Yes, we do. Fine. 820.35. $1406.24. Okay. Alright. What else do we lose? We lose the 200 defense. Bye-bye. And we lose 30 EM. Wait. And we lose 30 CV. Yeah. Yeah. So this is C2 Ilua. This, we're gonna have Goro C6. With Goro C6, is it worth capitalizing on Goro's buff and doing the nuke on Linnea instead? With like a 2-swap Goro. It probably is. Well, like, you probably do, like... I guess first rotation's a little awkward. Like, you do, I guess, first rotation, do Columbina E. Goro E. Columbina Q. Oh, that just feels wrong. I guess you just give up on the instructor first rotation, maybe? Or maybe you just don't go instructor. You go Serenade, and you go damage set Linnea. Maybe, yeah. Alright, and you do, like... Columbina, EQ... Goro, EQ... Linnea, Nuke. And then Zabai, and you just repeat that. We could swap back to Goro for the extra particles. Because we probably have the time to do that. Right? We're already kind of forcing our rotations to be a little bit longer because of Linnea. So at that point, we're probably at like 19.5 default. At that point, might as well just get to 20. Make sure we have enough ER to burst every rotation on Zabai. Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah, let's do Serenade. But what set do we give Linnea? This is where people that have crit damage statistics are going to be really happy. Because Night Sky is so nice to use here if you can use it. But Slingshot doesn't allow you to. Alright, you just get too much crit. Because she's crit rate Ascension, so she's at 24. Slingshot gets you to 55. I guess you don't have Lua. With Night Sky, you're at 85. But that's fucking high, man. Go Messenger. Isn't Messenger high base attack? Yeah, so that's dog shit. Sharpshooter's Oath is better, yeah, but it's still not good, right? Like it's 46 CV. It's so much less stats. If Linnea's damage is that relevant, why not double obeyed? If you can use Night Sky, Night Sky is just quite a bit better. But I guess we can just do obeyed for now. We'll lose the instructor. Here. Plus 80 is gone. Plus 80 is gone. Plus 60 is gone. Plus 60 is gone. Okay, now we gotta lose the Eat Lua buffs. So this is bye-bye. Night Sky works off field? No, but with these teams, a lot of your buffs are only to the on-fielder, and Linnea has the ability to do all of her rotations damage in one go. With the nuke version, the repeated tap version. We don't have the 80 EM either. I mean, these stats are all going to change anyways. This is a very low amount of EM. Maybe there's a world where you can do Snare Hook instead and do Night Sky. I'll take a look at a few options. But before that, we need to finish removing Idlua's stuff, so the 50 CV is also gone. And these are also gone. Okay. So you've removed everything of Idlua, which was a third of our team DPS. Now we have to add Goro. So I had a Goro calc here, so I can at least copy the base stats. Wait, did I not? Was it here? It was here. Okay. We are going 5-star set here, so 58.3 times 3. Do we want to burst every rotation? I feel like we're doing 20-second rotations anyways, right? You can do Zubai combo, Goro E, Kalamina E, LINNEA, hold E, Bina Q, Goro Q, E, Zubai. Yeah, you can. I'm pretty sure you're supposed to do Bina EQ together, but yeah. Yeah, so you probably go ER main stat then. Because even with Fab, I think you're kind of going to need it. We are getting 2 skills, so maybe not. I don't know. It might be fine. Let's stick to defense for now, I guess. Okay. Yeah, multiplier plus Goro's EM divided by 100 times 1%. Hey, why did I already have it here? I guess because it didn't matter. Yeah, okay, sure. Okay. All right. Was Vina on 15,000 defense? It's this is her HP. I just didn't want to make 4 extra lines and then another. Like, this is just her base scaling stat. Just, you can figure that out. I believe in you. Okay, so this, we have added the, yeah, we need to add the Obeyed set to her, so plus 80 and plus 60%. And then we need to Serenade, substats. The last one was Instructor. We don't have Instructor 2-piece or just Instructor buff on the team in general. What was this other 80 from? That was Idlua. We also don't have that. Okay. Crit value is going to be like something like this. Effective defense. I mean, the second one doesn't. Yeah, that's not there. Moondrift. Sure. Motion value. Okay. We can also copy from this. But it's not divided by 2 because we actually do burst every rotation. Okay. This... Yeah. And now we have to add the Goro buff. So... Are we full uptime here? Pretty much, right? If you do the 2-swap Goro rotation, you're pretty much full uptime on your buff. So... Plus 25%. That's not full uptime, actually. Right? Because... It's only 12 seconds. It's full uptime on Zabai. It is 60% uptime. So about 15% on Linnea and Columbina. Yeah, the assumptions I use are feels crafted close to KQM standard. Like I when there's characters that I think should have a stat distribution at KQM standard level of investment that is higher than KQM standard or lower than KQM standard, I adjust them accordingly. Oh yeah, you're right. I gave her fucking... Yeah, you're right. I'm an idiot. You guys are right. Okay, so this is that buff. Okay, then the flat defense buff is 438. And then on Linnea is kind of 438, but it's also not. Because we don't get it for the off-field. It's just for the nuke at the start. Not that the off-field is a lot of damage here, but it's fine. Then Columbina doesn't get any value from that. And then we get the plus 15% and the plus 40% crit value. But we are now on 20-second rotations. Okay. So we're about halfway between C2 and C6 Idlua with Goro C6. That makes sense. Actually, forgot this part, right? Forgot the one Idloa here. No, we don't do that here. Never mind. Yeah. Did you add Nullcar Resonance? Yeah. That's a reason why it's better than C2 Idloa. Without it, it wouldn't be. Also, keep in mind, chat, so far, everything we've done is a Harbinger Zabai in rotations that do not account for the time needed for Linnea's burst. Okay? So, in practice, if you need to heal, or if you don't have Harbinger at full uptime, it'll be lower than what we're seeing here. Keep that in mind. Goro C6 can heal? Kinda, yeah. But is Goro build ER defense crit, or can he get away with triple defense? Okay, he definitely doesn't want crit for the same reason that Idloa doesn't want crit. Because Lunar Crystallize reaction damage, the Moon Drifts, can trigger Fav. And they use your other character's crit rate. And Columbina has enough crit to guarantee the proc, basically. So it's either ER defense or defense, and that depends on how much you can get away with. With a 2E rotations on him, I think you can get away with triple defense. But you might need a lot of ER subs. KUM standards level of investment is pretty low, isn't it? Yes and no. KQM standards level of investment is relatively low, all things considered, but the gap between KQM standard and your build is probably smaller than the gap between KQM standard assumption for rotations and how dogshit you are at the game. And I say this with love. On most characters, even if your builds are higher than KQM standard, you're not reaching the calcs for KQM standard. There's a few characters that are easier to play, that are more straightforward, so it's easier to get there. And not necessarily easier to play, but where the like difficulty and the min-maxing is getting you like your last 5% of DPS, not your last 20% of DPS. Like Flynn's? No. Difference between perfectly played Flynn's and how you're probably playing Flynn's is higher than you might think. And honestly, I think Mawika's a really interesting one in that respect, because until you actually learn Mawika, it's gonna look awful. But once you get the basic idea for Mawika, you'll be getting like 90% of what you're supposed to be getting, at least on the melt ones. Right? On the overload, that's different. But for melt Mawika, it's like, do you understand what you're supposed to do or not? And once you do, you get pretty close to what you're supposed to. Like, personally, I get a lot closer to what I should get on perfect gameplay with Maoika than I do with Zabai, for example. Part of that is because I've played Maoika more, so I'm more used to what you're supposed to do with her. But part of that is also because the optimization, once you've figured it out, is pretty straightforward. How much should C0 R1 Maoika melt deal? Well, it depends on how good your builds are. But, like, my melt Maoika, C0 R0 with Serpent Spine, when I min-max my combos, is at 167k. Yeah, I haven't looked that much into combo optimization for Zabai C1. I'm sorry. Does anyone know how much of an upgrade is C6 Eonson from C2 Eonson from El Maoika? It's C2 Eonson is like pretty similar to Shilonen, slightly better. This is what I was getting with Shilonen. This one's fake. Because this was with the same sands as this, and I'm supposed to use a different sands. How is Binefa with LINNEA Zabai? That's probably pretty good. Can't really go wrong. Does it not ruin the aura? It makes it a lot less consistent to do the shortened combos, but you don't need to do the shortened combos. You can just do the normal combos. And if you just N4 E spam, Inefa doesn't really interfere in a problematic way. It is kind of crazy that 2 melt Maoika just hold down charge attack was getting 130k on my account. Like, what the fuck, man? Two melt Maoika better than Skirk. Crazy how your Zabai is gonna dwarf your Maoika. It won't even be that big of a gap. Like, that's the thing. Right? Because this team, I'm calking at 145, and I'm only a little bit higher than that. And I don't have Sack Jade. So 185k is not actually real for me. Right? Like, I'm getting this, and like, with the fact that my builds are a little bit better, I'm probably reaching like 185k. Which, like, I guess is better, but it's not that much better. It's also kind of fake since you don't have a real healer in that team. What, this one you mean? Yeah, I guess that's the like biggest difference. But like, it's not. Like, not having Sack Jade is my saving grace here. Because I don't have Sack Jade, my best weapon is like basically a tie between Widsith and Proto Amber. But that means I don't get punished for using Proto Amber. Like, my DPS is basically the same when I use Proto Amber. So why not use Proto Amber? Why not get the healing? Right? And that Proto Amber plus Goro healing kind of feels like enough generally. Like, you guys need to remember, healing is more effective on defense scalers. Because if the incoming attack would hit for 10k on an attack scaler, your defense scaler that has fucking 3 times more defense is going to take a lot less damage. So you need a lower amount of healing to heal that damage back up. So you can get away with lower healing amounts. How much you are on Columbina, Sack Jade to burst every other rotation? Depends on the team, but generally you kind of don't need any. Like 100 to 120 is basically enough to burst every other rotation in these teams. Not dying and keeping Harbinger buff active are two very different things. Yeah, but like, I've played the team a bunch, right? Like, this is the team I play. And I do sometimes have issues with Harbinger, but those issues would still exist on healers that heal for more. Because the problem isn't staying low HP, is when I get hit, I go below Harbinger threshold, and I need to wait for the healing tick to remedy that, right? But like, no matter how big your healing tick are, you will still have to wait for the healing tick. To be fair, the dog doesn't do a lot of damage, so maybe it's not like a fair comparison, right? I haven't properly tried Zabai on other bosses, because we haven't had other bosses for her. Really? But, yeah. Can you give a summary on Zabai Premium? LINNEA is pretty good. From current Premium, LINNEA is gonna end up being basically around a 30k DPS increase from what we've seen so far, with the assumption that she gets 4 hits. But for your specific case, it might be more than that. Because if you don't have C6 Goro, for example, and you replace Goro, well, the gap will be bigger. If you don't have C6 Itlua and you replace Itlua, the gap will be bigger, right? I wonder what the best C0 4-star last slot would be for her. I have C4 Goro. Goro is not worth using if he's not C6. With other crit damage, he's kind of just worthless. Dahlia? What the fuck is bro yapping about? What the hell is bro yapping about? Huh. I got it as Ino. There's no way it's Ino. If we're, like I said, C0 4-star. There's no way in hell it's Ino. Like, that's literally impossible. C0 Ino does literally nothing. Sucrose. And saying so you need Hydro. You kind of don't. Or do you mean that you need Hydro for Linnea's hits to actually be properly every 2 hits? Because it looked like in the showcases, the problem wasn't that we didn't have enough Hydro. It was that we didn't have any Geo other than Linnea, so we weren't triggering Lunar Crystallize often enough. It wasn't a lack of Hydro app. It was a lack of Geo app. But that gets solved when you actually play the team. Because Zabai applies Geo. You're looking at Columbina Linnea? Yeah. Columbina Linnea with a last slot. That is not High Constellation Idlua or High Constellation Goro. Because I wonder if there's going to be things that are better than C2 Idlua. I feel like there might be. Idlua is kind of ass, man. Yelan, I don't expect that to work too well. Yeah, maybe we can just look at Sucrose. It's ass, but it's team-wide 30 CV. Yeah, but using Idlua also means that you're not getting the Lunar... the Ascendant Gleam bonus, right? Like, if he's actually C6 Idlua, then that's fine. Because C6 Idlua is a pretty good unit. But C2 Idlua? Maybe, I don't know. Yunjin Trust, real. Okay, so... What set would you go on Sucrose here? I guess you just go Instructor Sucrose. On Sack. Oh, you're basically using her the same way you use her in a Nefer team? The buy goes to burst every other rotation? Yeah, that's true. Is that true? I don't know, man. Sack Sucrose is a lot of fucking particles. Because this is probably 2 swap Sack Sucrose, right? So you can have full uptime on the EM buff. And on Instructor. 140 is a buy. That still sounds like a 2 out of 3 rotation. Yeah, I guess this one was kind of cooked. Whatever. For now, let's just take a look at the... I hate... Why is it doing that? I think I need to close my Excel and reopen it. It's being really buggy right now. How cope is Yehuda? It might be less cope, actually. Because one of the issues with the Nefer teams is that you need to wait out your Dendro app, otherwise Yehuda doesn't do anything. If you have Geo app remaining, it doesn't override the Hydro Aura or remove it. So you could still absorb. The problem is... field time on Yehuda... it's hard to justify if using Yehuda also makes you lose the Ascending Gleam bonus. If you had the Ascending Gleam bonus already on someone else, I could see it. But then at that point, you'd rather just use Itlua, right? The whole reason why we're considering options over Low Constellation Itlua here is because Low Constellation Itlua isn't that much better than just a unit that does pretty much literally anything plus the Ascending Gleam bonus. What's the conversion for the Ascending Gleam bonus for EM again? What do you mean is losing Ascending Gleam? The extra lunar damage from a non-lunar character using an ability when you have Ascending Gleam. 2.25. 2.25 per 1,000. So EM multiplier, this is plus 2.25% of Sucrose EM divided by 1,000. Divided by 100. Yeah, divided by 100. Did I remove the Itlua stuff? I don't think I did, right? This 50 needs to go. I mean, we'll rework all of these stats anyways. This 50 needs to go. This 50 needs to go. The 30 CV. No, 20 CV, sorry. Needs to go. And the Itlua Quills need to go. Shilonen for shred maxing. Shilonen doesn't shred from off field in triple Geo teams unless you have her C2. I mean, these stats don't fucking matter at all. Did we remove everything from Itlua? I think we did, yeah. So all that's left is adding Sucrose EM, which is 139 times 3 plus 140 from Artifact, main, and substats. 80 from 2-piece Instructor. 80 from 100-ish from good uptime Instructor buff, because we do 2 swap. 120 from Serenade. 221 from Sack. Is that it? Main stats, substat, 2-piece, 4-piece, Serenade, weapon. Yeah. One of the pieces of 5-star? Yeah, that's your flower or feather. If you've lived through the Hyperbloom era, you probably have a Flower of Feather that has a 100 EM offset somewhere. And that plus a 2-roll. And that is generally more of an EM gain than having an EM main stat. Anyways, Zabai gets plus 20% of Sucrose EM. That's not full uptime on her. But it is full uptime on the other ones. It's just really funny. Because the Sucrose buff runs out towards the end of Zabai Infusion. So the last hit doesn't have it. But you then swap back to Sucrose. So you pretty much always have the Sucrose buff on the relevant hits that happen every 6 seconds on Linnea and Columbina. Basically, Flint's Tech, yeah. Zabai's field time is a little bit longer. But, yeah. And I guess Columbina gets an extra 50 EM. Yeah. So, this is 3 less DPS than Itlua C2. Three. Wait, no, it's a bigger difference than that. I didn't remove the Itlua personal damage. Okay. But still, it's pretty close. And if you don't have Itlua C2, he's kind of not entirely usable. So you kind of just want to use... You kind of just want to use Sucrose. Why do we even care about Itlua C2? Isn't he an instructor duty? Without C2, you lose out on some geo application, which makes you get like 1 less Moondrift, which is enough to make Sucrose better. And without C1, his zero requirements are a lot harder to reach. But like he's still usable. But I just think it's nice that if you're pre-C4 Itlua, Sucrose is basically a side grade to him in this team, it seems. So if you don't want to build him and you already have a built Sucrose, I mean, fuck, you don't need Sucrose to be built for her to do her job. Level 60 out of 70 Sucrose is enough. It's fully built. You're getting all the value you need. Oh, wait, no, you're right. I forgot to remove the 15% def. Because it's not a Geo teammate. Okay, I guess it's a bit bigger of a gap then. But it's still pretty solid. Who else could you use? I mean, I guess Chiori would be pretty good if you have her. Okay, how bad would Geo MC be? What? Is the Traveler not on Lunaris? Am I an idiot? Wait. Right, it's not. I'm an idiot. Okay, that's fine. We'll go on Ember then. Sort of by Geo Ascension stat. GG. So none of this shit matters, right? Yeah, none of this shit matters. So the only thing that matters is this, right? So you get 20 CV. Base defense is really low. So you're not getting that much from the Ascending Gleam. At that point, Yahoda is better? No. This is better than Yahoda, I think. Field time is just a lot lower. What about my Go Kachina? Oh yeah, doesn't Kachina have a defense buff somewhere in her kit? Yeah. 8% defense buff. Holy. Pause. Okay, maybe not. Maybe not. I mean, is there anything I fucking forgot about here? No, this isn't a team defense buff. This is a self-defense buff. What about any of this? Man. No Witch Mona. Yeah, I don't know about that one. Why do you say Shilonen C0 doesn't shred in Mono Geo? Isn't Shilonen always shredding Geo? Shilonen always shreds Geo while her source samples are active. Or after you've filled up your bar. But that means that in Mono Geo, when you're not filling up your bar from normal attacks, when you swamp out, you lose the shred. You have the shred while you're on field, though. So you can do, like, on-field Shilonen in Mono Geo, and you do get the shred if you do. But obviously, in a Zabai team, that's not what you're going to want to do. Okay, is there anything that's, like, playable here? No, not really. Like Inefa, sure, but like we're looking at 4-star options, right? We're looking at alternatives for people that didn't get cons on Itlua and that don't have every fucking character in the game, right? The sword, like, yeah. Probably not. Rosaria makes you lose Lunar Crystallizes. That's not good. You can't have off-field Cryo. I'll be right back, chat. I'm back, chat. Hello. I go 125k DPS with C0R1 VARKA. Huge. Now build your Razor. Do it. You won't. Hmm. Okay, honestly though, I feel like Inefa's not that good in this team. Because like this Shilona and Binefa with Zabai, you're getting shred for Inefa, right? With LINNEA, you're not. So it's probably going to be like noticeably worse than using Idlua C6. It'll probably be on a similar level to using Goro C6. Ugh. Okay. Is there anything else I want to look at, like, right now for LINNEA stuff? Yeah, I guess I do want to look at non-Zabai stuff real quick. See if the Benea core works. But we don't have a Sucrose equivalent for this is the problem, right? Shilonen? Like on-field Shilonen? That can't be right. Not on-field 2 Geo? Okay, then you need another character then. You can't use Ilua. Binefa? We're looking at the Binea core. If you're playing Binefa, you're playing Binefa. We already know Binefa is good. Hear me out, Bennett. Yeah, I don't know about that. So, like, what if we play Linnea in a team that isn't Lunar Crystallize? Like, can you get away with not using a Hydro character? Like the old double Geo wheelchair? Yeah. Yeah, because the burst mode doesn't require moon drifts. Like the ultimate form. So you don't actually need to trigger Lunar Crystallize to get basically all of her personal damage. But I think the biggest... I mean, yeah, and you could use Husk, right? So you don't, like, you have a proper damage set option without Ascendant Gleam as well. Linnea, Albedo. Linnea, Albedo, Durin something, maybe? I guess without Gleam, you lose 15 Shred. But Durin's already giving you a lot, so that's not the end of the world. But I guess the problem is that it's just probably not enough damage to justify it. Like, if we just look at her personal contribution. In a team that's like Linnea with Geo, Durin, and Carrie. Right? You'd be on a Husk. I mean, might as well have Albedo here, right? So, plus 54%. We don't have Serenade, so we lose the EM from that. We don't have subs. We still have substats. We don't have Instructor. We don't have Obeyed. So our EM is like really low. And then this is also 1.14. I guess we could have Albedo Burst, but... Crit value, we don't have this. Yeah, I guess you would buff her own EM. That's true. Plus 5% of this. Oh, I guess it's the same number. Why do we need EM if there's no Lunar Crystallize? There's no reaction damage, but her skill is still Lunar Crystallize damage. Um... The Shred? That's a pretty large portion of non-lunar damage, huh? Anyways. We have Georesonance 20. Her passive 15, 35. Durin passive 35, that's 70. 1.3. It's 22k DPS. Is that higher than Chiori in these teams? It kind of is, right? Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, I can check Geo Goblet. Hmm. That's worse. Yeah. It's kind of interesting. Did we reduce Geo Shred? Yeah, we did. But we got a lot back from Durin, so it's still a higher amount of total Shred. Is that Klee's best team? Ooh, good question. Maybe? Maybe it's probably competitive. What if your carry's a Geo character, though? Is there a Geo character that would be good here? Not really, right? Yeah, okay. Navia? No. It's a buy without Hydro. True! Wait. He's cooking. Holy. Yeah, okay. Okay, but I don't care that much about this team, honestly. I wanted to, like, get an idea for how much damage she does in these teams. Um... Eh. But I don't actually care that much. Let's also have a few other things. What if you hyper focus on buffing her? So Linnea, Ilua, Goro, Bina. Like, what if you try to do like hyper carry Linnea? We have plus 25% Goro burst every other rotation. Plus Ilua C4 Goro. Damage percent is 15. EM. Serenade. Substats. This was... What was that? That was... The 60 was Instructor. What was the 80? Ilua? That was Ilua. Okay. Serenade, Substats, Ilua. Instructor will be full uptime here. The 2-piece set bonus. That's it. EM multiplier. We build full defense Instructor Goro. So it's like about 15%. Do we burst on every rotation on Columbina? Kinda, yeah. This is 21 because we don't have to buy. Crit value, we don't have Slingshot, but we have Night Sky, so it's basically the same. Elo is at around 1,000 EM. She also gets her own buff, right? Yeah. We also get the crit value. We have Itlua. We also have Goro. Moondrifts. Probably getting 18. That can't be right. That can't be right. That can't be right. I mean, this makes sense. This makes sense. This makes sense. No, it's actually more than that. Sorry. No, it's not. Because it's not good. It's not full uptime. Serenade. Two-piece Night Sky. Somebody plug the cord on Navia. She's basically in the ICU right now. 27%. Nice. Outdamaged by LINNEA. Snare hook? Ew. Anyways. Serenades. Substats. Two-piece. Instructor. Idlua. Her own buff. Yeah. Columbina Burst. Serenade and Night Sky. The Goro Ascendant Gleam bonus. Base crit, main stats, substats, Itlua, Night Sky, Goro. I get, yeah. 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 I don't even have an Itlua thing yet, so this doesn't really change anything. Yeah. Sure, yeah. What's the weapon? Sack bow. I guess technically, it's not times 2, it's times 1.8. Because there's a 20% chance that the sack bow doesn't proc. No, there isn't! Because if the sack bow doesn't proc from the initial hit, it'll proc again right after. Because you have skill damage. Yeah, no, this always procs. So it's only a question of whether it's possible for you to actually pump Lumi and get the nuke in between 2 hits. Because if it's not, then you might get your sack proc before you've finished pumping Lumi, and then it might not work. Because, like, we're getting a lot of damage just from just having a lot of moon drifts in this team. Because this is not a team where we need to stay on field, and we have a decent amount of off-field geo, so we can kind of, like, quick swap LINNEA and Columbina. Lumi doesn't attack when you feed her. Is that true? Oh, then that's fucking free. Yeah, maybe instead of an 18-second rotation, we can assume a 20-second rotation. Right? But if we're doing a 20-second rotation, we also get more moon drifts. Yeah, we also have the Illua procs, but that's fucking worthless. Illua procs are bad, okay? Like, trust me, they're awful. We get like maybe 8 of these, 2 of these. Yeah, we went up by 3k DPS from Elua's burst. Huge. Substats, Obeyed, Serenade. Elua. Sack Jade. Full uptime instructor. It's the only difference here. That can't be right. Okay, this is 1.21. Okay. Okay, are we bursting every rotation here? Honestly, kinda, yeah. Like, she's spending about half the time on field. She's catching a Fav proc. And you don't actually need to burst off cooldown. You just need to burst often enough. You are bursting every rotation, even without any energy, I think. Even on Sack Jade. Yeah. Yeah, because you have double Fav on Itlua and Goro, and you don't have a dedicated on-fielder. So you can proc both of their Favs twice per rotation and battery them into Columbina if need be. And it's easy to proc them because of the moon drifts. Like, yeah, this shit is, yeah. Like, you have no ER requirements here. Okay, so main stat, base stat, main stat, substat, the 15% crit rate passive, Itlua, Sack Jade, Goro. Yeah? Okay. Ooh, Columbina's contribution to Moondrifts is higher. So that means this one will be divided by 2, and this one will be divided by 1. We get one more hit from this now. Grow isn't full uptime. He is, because you eat twice. The 25% defense isn't full uptime. Because that's tied to the burst. But the rest is tied to skill, and you skill twice per rotation. So you are full uptime. Lunar motion value in Colomina goes up since longer rotation. Yeah. If we want to be thorough, we should do that. Right, now it's 20 divided by 6. A little bit more motion value. What the okay, maybe this is too optimistic, actually. Is this too optimistic? Do you have enough GeoApp for this, even? Because LINNEA is basically one app every 2.5 second-ish. So across a 20-second rotation, that's 8 apps. Goro is... Itlua is 5. It's 7. 8 if you skill twice. Can you skill twice? What's a skill cooldown? You can't. Okay, so Itlua is 7. Goro is also around 7. No, it's more than that. It's 8 from the burst plus 2, so it's 10. So I have a total of about 25 GeoApps. And if you have 3 in a row in between 2 Columbina hits, you don't get the Moondrift. I think 21 is reasonable, actually, yeah. Yeah, because you're spending a decent amount of your rotation attacking on Columbina. Because, like, this is so much damage from the Lunar Crystallized reaction itself. Noelle might be good. Noelle doesn't do shit here. Oh, yeah, rotation time. You're right. We basically have no damage from Itlua and Goro. But, like... Wait, is Zamai a fraud, too? Fuck! Maybe Zamai is a fraud, too. Okay, honestly, though, I feel like they're gonna make Sackbow not work on LINNEA. Because this character is not balanced around Sackbow functioning on her. It's kind of fucked if it does. Right, 'cause, like, this is the damage that you get on Sackbow. Let's take a look at the damage on Sig. Not team DPS, just personal damage. So Sig is... 16% defense. Are we assuming you get 60? I guess. 60 damage percent. 60 EM multiplier. No? Oh, is it confirmed that it's 40? Alright, fine. You're adding in Duelo? I know, this is whatever. Yeah. And 88.2. Okay. Wait, that's surprising. Sig is about as good. Really? Huh. Did you remove Slingshot, CV? Yeah, I did. How do we get 240? This isn't 240. This is not in the same team. This is just LINNEA again with a different build. Sack being that good is kind of crazy. It is. Man, holy shit. How would they even make it not work? Make it so that on cast it deals a bit of damage. And that way that's gonna proc your sack before it goes on cooldown if you try to pump. Kind of like how it works on Child. Right? Have the sack proc happen before the cooldown starts. It's very easy to make it not work. Yeah, because, like, this is fucking insane. Like, there is no way this makes it to live, I think. Right? Like, surely? Right? Is a nuke E better than the top one? They basically do the same amount of damage. But the nuke E does all of the damage at the start. So if you have buffs that only work on field, like Goro, or short duration buffs like Instructor, that's the one you want to use. Can Lua be replaced with something that won't kill the DPS? Not really. Delete this. Don't tell anyone. Gatekeep this information. Maybe it doesn't count as skill damage to work around Sack being OP. But why wouldn't it? Because even if the Lunar Crystallize damage doesn't count as skill damage, it doesn't matter. Because after you deploy your Lunar Crystallize, after you do the ultimate form hit, normal form starts hitting with your skill damage. Lumi just keeps hitting after that. How is it without Sack? Like with Slingshot? $140K instead of 160K. I mean, I guess that's still kind of high. Oh, did I? No, but you can't do slingshot, because then you can't do night sky. And you have to do something else instead. So it's not slingshot, it's like sharpshooter's oath. But yeah. That was 62k. Or snare hook. Snare hook is worse. Yeah, maybe it's not slingshot that's, or maybe it's not sack bow that's the problem. It's just LINNEA. Fuck. Maybe I'm being too optimistic with the amount of moon drifts, though. Like, that's very possible. Do we have any character that has a similar geo app frequency as LINNEA? I guess C0 Zhongli is similar, right? No, with the moondrift. No, with the moondrifts, it's similar. No, it's not. That's true. If I make it so that the pillar doesn't hit, it will be, though. Yeah.
Company, fall in.
So I just try to aim the pillar so that it only hits 2 of the 3 moondrifts, right?
While the light shines bright.
Like, here.
Crumble.
No, it's still, it's, right, it still resonates. I'm an idiot.
Rise.
To put it here, right? No, that's...
Rise.
It was just too close still. Oh.
Crumble. You got this. Behold the dawn.
Yeah, okay, there we go.
Press the advantage.
Right. So there we go.
Surge.
Okay. So at the edge of the circle. Let's start from the beginning again. And see how many we get. So...
Wayne.
Wait.
Quake. Begone, shadow of dark. Advance. Rally.
So 1,
Surge.
2, 3. What am I doing? What the fuck did I just do? Oh my god.
Rise.
Okay, if I don't use Goro Burst, and I just do Idlu or Zhongli like in there and Idlua, that's probably similar to Linnea plus Zhongli plus Idlua, or Linnea plus Goro plus Idlua.
Quake.
Wayne.
Behold the dawn. Yeah. Yeah. Fucha.
I didn't fucking count them properly.
Whoa.
I don't know. That looks like 7 to 8 probably on a 20-ish second rotation. I think that makes sense. I don't think 21 is unreasonable. But maybe it is. I don't fucking know. We'll have to test it. Anyways, chat. I think that's enough, I think that's enough Linnea stuff for today. So I think it's time to get to more VARKA testing. So, I had people earlier offering to lend me their account. Does anyone in chat now have a built VARKA and a built Razor with VARKA's SIG on their account? C0. Asia works. Asia works if you have it, yeah. Does level 80 Razor matter? I mean, it kind of does, but like, if his talents are leveled, then I'll make do. Like, that's better than nothing. Someone that has everything but VARKA's C1. What does VARKA's C1 do again? Oh, Shash, do you have it? Pog. Holy, we found the Holy Grail. Same as Dubai. So can't we just, like, intentionally not use it? It makes the first one deal more damage, right? We could just only, like, intentionally only use one, right? So worst case scenario, I can do that. Is C2R1 VARKA at least as good as C0R1 Nefer? No, not even close. I wonder when VARKA starts beating out C0R1 Nefer. I think he gets close at C3R1. But I don't think it's enough. And then C4 and C5 do basically nothing. So I think you need to be at C6. Maybe C3R3 VARKA is enough. Because that would be one less 5-star pull than C6R1. Because I do think he's not that far behind at C3R1. And if you're... I don't know. I don't know. Why is Duran fraud? VARKA can pretty easily do, like, tight rotations. He's not really gated by cooldowns. Which means that characters that have longer field time requirements and cooldown gates have anti-synergy with him. And that's the case for Duran. And because of that, Duran isn't actually that far ahead of using Shavar's C6. Even if it's literally just for the 40% pyro damage. Aware. Sent a DM. Big. Big. What region were you again? Also, 2FA has been sent. Asia. Okay. We're gonna have to survive through Asia ping, but it'll be fine. Alright. Who knows? Maybe it won't be too bad today. $219. That's Not that bad, honestly. Okay. So we do have attack main stat. That cannot be your best off piece. Let's see. Yeah. We're gonna yoink this so that we can go for something that has more crit rate on the off piece. Oh my, you don't. Okay, it actually is your bet. Wow. That's a little bit sad. That's fine. This is nice. Okay. And okay, Razor's level 80. So we are going to be losing out on a decent amount of damage from that. Oh, we don't have Serpent's Spine. I guess it'd be Wolf's Gravestone. Okay. I'm going to make sure that the rest is built. So... Oh, no Venti. Oh. TDDS. VV. Which quest is done? Okay. Durin. Based. Okay. Yeah, I should check Razor Talents too, that's true. Because VARKA Talents... Skill is crowned, and it's the only talent that matters. Razor Talents... Oh, that's good enough, yeah. More than good enough, yeah. Bennett is C6. Chevreuse is C6. Okay. So first... I couldn't get past 80k with Sucrose. Really? That sounds wrong.
I can do it.
My ping was 200. Well, my ping is also 200. We're gonna see if that was skill issue or if that was normal.
Okay. You.
Teamwork is dreamwork. Stand clear. Swirl. Mark.
Thunder. Thunder.
That might have been skill issue.
I'm going in. Animal test 6308.
What am I doing? That was bad.
Leave it to me. The story has only just.
Ah, that's not good.
Everybody stand back. Stand clear.
Okay, your Sucrose doesn't have enough ER. Right, we should have had the burst there.
Thunder.
Still. So we're at around 100k. We'll need to go fix the builds real quick. That's rare to hear. It is, yeah. So... Durin was fine. Bennett ER felt a little cooked. But I guess we just QE on Durin and we're gonna be fine. Sucrose, we want ER Sands. Okay. That should be enough. It is kind of low, though. There's, like, no ER substats. Yank a little. Alright. So, I think we'll try QE on Durin. I guess EQE, right?
The story has only just begun.
I'm going in. Huh? Absorption test. Animal hype.
Up the ante. Sunder. A turning point in space.
Teamwork is dreamwork. Stand clear.
Sunder. Decay. New life.
Leave everybody stand back. Enhanced animal module.
Sunder. Up the ante. A turning point in space.
Huh? I'm going in. Animal test 6301.
Yeah, the ping is fucking up our rotations a little bit, but...
Up the ante. Decay. New life.
Huh? Teamwork is dreamwork. Absorption test. Animal hype.
Ah, that might have been cooked. No, it's fine. I dashed into it because I realized that I missed my...
Sunder. A turning point in space.
Let's light it up.
Eee, that
Everybody
was kind of
stand back.
ass, but it's
Animal test
fine.
6301.
Maybe it's better to just get the TTDS every rotation with the lag.
Up the ante.
It probably is. Right? Because we're losing like 1 second of like 1.5 second of rotation length because of ping. And at that point, we're so close to 20 that it's probably just better to wait for TTDS cooldown and just spend a little bit more time on VARKA. I think I'll try that.
A turning point in space.
Huh? I'm going in. Absorption test. Enhanced.
Sunder. Sunder. A turning point in space.
Teamwork is dreamwork. Stand clear.
Sunder. Decay. New life.
I'm going in. Animal hypostasis.
Sunder. Up the ante. A turning point.
I think I'm saying a little bit too long on him now.
Teamwork is dreamwork.
Up the ante.
Yeah, it would actually be really nice to have the ER to burst every rotation on Sucrose now, but that's kind of hard to reach. Yeah, we're at like around 105k with this. And we can compare it to what we get to with Wolves. Is that with Sig? Yeah, that's with Sig. Yeah, the timestamp when he talked about Linnea. I talked about Linnea basically from the start for 4 hours. Alright.
Decay! New life!
Everybody stand back! Enhanced animal module.
Thunder!
No one saw that. No one saw that. No one saw that. That was not that was an accident. That was an accident. No one saw that. 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 No one fucking saw anything. Shut the hell up. Shut the fuck up. Keep your thoughts inside of your head. They don't need to be externalized. Not every single thought that passes through your head needs to be actually expressed out loud. Sometimes it's fine to just shut the fuck up. Yes? Okay, bet.
The abyss is burning shadow!
Teamwork is dreamwork. Let's light Animal Test 6308.
Thunder! Up the ante! A turning point in space!
I'm going in. Absorption test.
Up the ante! Up the ante! The story has only just begun!
Huh? Everybody stand back. Animal Test 6308.
Thunder! Thunder! A turning point in space!
I'm going in. Stand clear.
Thunder! Up the ante!
So we're at around 80k-ish. First rotation was dark mode. Was it? Oh. You're not getting DDS every rotation? Yeah, no. I don't know if it's worth doing. It's probably not worth doing if you don't have the enough energy to do Sucrose Burst anyways. Okay, I didn't notice I was on dark mode. My bad. Oh, right, because I did QE instead of EQ, and I was on dark mode from the last one. I forgot that's how that worked. That makes sense, yeah, okay.
A turning point in space!
Everybody stand back. Animal Test 6308.
Okay, we dashed into it at least, but...
Thunder! Watch out! Decay! New
Let's light it up. I'm going in. Absorption test.
up the ante! Leave it to me! The story has only just...
Huh? Teamwork is dreamwork. Enhanced animal mod.
Up the ante! Thunder! Stay
We missed the
back.
crit. That's unlucky.
Let's light it up. I'm going in.
I mean, it's not that big of a difference. It's around 80k. We're using Signal. Right now, we're looking at wolves, and we're going to compare it. So Razor with his Sig.
A little extra training never hurts.
Artifacts? You're right, I forgot to swap the artifacts. Now, Razor is lower level. Right, he's level 80. Wait, I'm Omega overcapped, aren't I? I forgot that Razor's cons give him crit. Well, whatever.
You asked for it. Final
Turning point in space.
Everybody stand back.
First rotation is a little cooked on this team.
Stop right there.
Decay. New life.
Teamwork is dreamwork.
Keep back.
Wait, what the? Is the ping fucking over Razor's sigil generation? Oh no. Does it do that?
A turning point in space.
I'm going in.
Yeah, it looks like it does. Uh-oh. It looks like there's something wrong. Sigils have always been ping-based? Yeah, I didn't know that shit. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Hands where I can see them.
Decay. New life.
Everybody stand back.
Yeah, I didn't generate any fucking energy from consuming those sigils.
The story has only just begun.
Teamwork is dreamwork.
Where's my energy, man? Fuck. Okay. I'm just gonna turn on infinite energy because this would work at low ping. And we clearly have enough ER on the rest of the team with a Fav Durin. I didn't know Razor was like, cooked by ping like that. Oh, that's sad. What's your ping right now? It's only 200.
Final warning.
Decay. New life.
Everybody stand back.
Hello? Okay.
Stop right there.
Decay. New life.
Teamwork
Okay.
Final warning.
Decay.
It works now? It doesn't work now. I just fucking gave myself infinite energy. I'm gonna be honest, the damage looks really fucking low. Like, I'm not looking at the DPS, I'm looking at the numbers compared to my build. And I'm like,
Teamwork is
this
dreamwork.
feels kind of low as hell. Yeah, I guess it's because we're overcapped. And they're level 80. You can 90 him? Bet. Is Razor's homework done? Mine does more without say. Yeah, mine also does more. So something feels wrong. No, the witch homework is done. Guess we at least do this. We're still overcapped, but not by as much. Alright. So are there any Mora chests you didn't claim? Maybe the one in the Northland Bank? Perhaps the one in Fontaine? Or maybe the one in Sumeru? Maybe? Yahoda chest from Nefer? How do you claim that one? I didn't claim it on my own account. Does it take long? No. Wait, sigils. Oh, maybe sigils pop off here. It's fast? Okay. If it's fast, I'll go do it.
Watch and
On me.
On me. So, do I interact here? No. Talk to Yahoda? No. Go to the office. Is that the office? No. I don't think that's an office. Maybe it is. I don't fucking know. Is this the shiny thing? Oh, it was there? This? Oh. Big. The other shiny thing? Oh. Okay. Then... Pause. That's a lot of geo sigils. Oh, she doesn't. What a fucking joke this character is. By the way, oh, are you collecting your geo sigils? Nah, use it. Okay, bet. There's a limit on these? Holy, new knowledge unlocked. You can get more, yeah, but we have enough already, so we don't need to. Damn, that's crazy. Is he 888? He's 91212. So not crowned unlike VARKA, but alright.
You asked for it.
Oh, I forgot to re-enable infinite energy because the
Be gone!
I'm going in.
okay, I tried to like make it work, but no. We're gonna dude, I didn't how did I never know before today that Razor's sigil generation is paying and they get cooked and his energy generation gets cooked at high paying. How did I not know this? Damn. Saj.
Stop right there.
Decay! New life!
Teamwork is dreamwork.
Get back! Decay! New life!
I'm going in. Final warning.
Decay! New life!
Everybody stand back.
So we are getting higher with VARKA Sig on Razor than non-Sig VARKA.
Get back!
Stop right there.
The story has only just begun! What?
I'm going in.
Get back!
Final warning.
Decay! New life!
Everybody stand back. Stop right there.
Decay! New life! What?
Teamwork is dreamwork.
Get back! The story has only just
What gauntlet do you use on VARKA? I used literally the same gear on both of them. Oops. That was pretty bad.
Drop your weapons.
a turning point
What am I doing?
Final warning.
Decay. New life.
I'm going in.
Get back.
Well, one thing is in this team, we generate more pyro particles. So during the requirements are lower, and we don't need to have a fuck ton of extra particles for Bennett Burst. So we probably could just outright put Durin on a damage weapon instead of Fav without changing any other builds and still have the energy. We're comparing VARKA Sig on Razor versus Volsgrave's on VARKA? Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, so we were stable at around 85k. Let's see what we stabilize at after a lot of rotations, because it's kind of weird for the first rotation with TTDS and during uptime.
My experiment will succeed.
Okay. So...
Stay back. The story has only.
Huh? Everybody stand back. Animo test 6308.
Up the ante. Thunder. Leave it to me. Decay.
That's not good. Did we miss the Fav proc on Durin? I think we did. Yeah. Okay. It's fine. It's fine. Happens.
Watch out. The story has only just.
Let's light it up. I'm going in. Absorption test. Enhance.
Bro, can we stop missing the crit on the E, please? Oh my god.
Decay.
Dude, okay. I'll QE. Fine. 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 Sorry. If infinite energy for Razor team, why not for VARKA team? Because it's not like the Razor team actually needs more energy. It's just that ping makes a part of Razor's kit stop functioning. And that's the part that refunds his energy. If I was playing on 20 ping, the Razor team has enough energy for all the bursts. But because the sigils are on server side, I'm losing out on like 20 flat energy.
Decay. New life.
Everybody stand back. Let's Animo test 6308.
That was not what I wanted to do.
Decay. New life.
Teamwork is dreamwork.
Up the ante. Decay.
Okay. We reached 20k on the TTDS rotation there.
Going in. Absorption test.
Yeah, I think we kind of got cooked a little there.
Thunder! The story has only just begun. Leave it.
Teamwork is dreamwork. Animal hypostasis.
That's fine.
Thunder! Thunder! The story has only just begun.
Let's light it up. I'm going in. Animal test 6308.
Up the ante! The story has only just begun. Watch out!
Everybody stand back. Absorption test. Swirl.
Thunder! Up the ante!
Ooh, that's not good.
Turning point in.
I'm going in. Animal test 6308.
Up the ante! Up the ante!
Yeah. I mean... Sig Razor seems indeed fairly similar to non-Sig Varka. Right? Razor isn't crowned, but like Varka doesn't have Venti and is on Wolf's Gravestone. They're gonna... Yeah. 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 Okay. What's the alternative without Durin? You can use Shavars if you want. If you have C6. Anyways. I still haven't tested Hydro. Is it time to finally test Hydro? Like, what the fuck are you even supposed to... Are you actually gonna fucking play Jean? Like, really? Are we actually playing Jean? Like, there's no fucking way, man. Like, God, there is no way. And Jean's level 20 anyways, so that's fine. We won't have to. There are gals with Sigwini Venti. Yeah, well, we don't have Sigwini here, so we're gonna use Kokomi instead. Oh, we don't have Venti either, so we're gonna use Sucrose. Ooh, wait, that's not ideal. I guess in that case, we want Sucrose on Fav, right? So we can burst every rotation. Oh, hello? What the? Oh, Kokomi be better than Mona? Yeah, it's for the healing, but honestly, maybe Kokomi sucks so much. Maybe you're better off using Proto Ember Mona.
I knew you'd miss me. Let the world collide! Absorption test. Enhanced test.
I didn't swap her to... I don't think it would have mattered. Okay, no, we are healing enough, it seems. Mona for and Gene doesn't work. This Gene is level 1. Level 20, whatever.
Time to shine. Animal test 6308. Rest and rebuild.
Surge! Up the ante! Up the ante!
Yoo-hoo! Let my name echo in some absorption test. Animal hypos.
Sunder! Sunder!
Shower me with praise. Time to shine. Animal test 6308. Enhanced animal module. Hold the line.
Okay, it's not actually healing enough.
Up the ante!
Right around 61k. Mona Jean again. I don't know how many times you guys need to suggest Mona Jean and to hear me say Jean is level 20 before you realize that Jean is level 20. No healing bonus, huh? That's pretty bad. The healing bonus is kind of important. Well, whatever. Can you replace Jean with Xian Yun? She's built. I guess I could, right? Wait, that's true. I didn't think about that. Wait, I didn't swap the team. My god. What do you think VARKA can plunge? Doesn't matter. What you're looking for is an animal unit that heals. Like, what does Jean do that Xian Yun doesn't do?
This is
We'll look at that after
destiny.
this.
stars. Absorption test. Swap.
They made the enemy not stagger immune. We gotta. The enemy's moving too much. Let's get a rune garden here.
Let my name echo in song. Shadows of fate decided by destiny. Yeah, stand clear. Enhanced cannon will. Let the world come alive! Written in the stars.
I.
Shower me with praise. Time to shine. Let me scribe. Decided by destiny. Yeah. Animal test 6308.
Up the ante!
Yoo-hoo! Let my name echo in shadows of fate written in the stars. Shower me with praise. Let the world come alive. Let me scribe. Decided by destiny. Stand clear. Enhanced cannon will.
Whatever. This kind of sucks. Cool. Can I not get TTDS with this? I'll have like 0 mana uptime if I get TTDS. Because I either have to go to Mona last or to Shanyan last. Which means I either have bad Omen uptime. Oh, this is gonna suck. I guess we... Oh.
My contraptions are calibrated. We may need
I can tell you right now, the results are gonna not be very nice.
Strike a pose. Time to shine. written in the stars.
Yeah, skyward. Make way for the.
Up the ante!
We don't even have Mona Omen for the fucking first one? Oh my... Wait, okay, Mona's just a fraud in this team, yeah. Never mind. Let's just put Yelan in the bag. Just accept not having the Hexerize stuff. Is that enough ER? For double Hydro with a Fav? Dude, it fucking better be.
Who's our target this time?
Shower me with praise. Let my name echo.
Here comes the catch. Yeah. Stray clouds converge.
Thunder!
Strike a pose. Time to shine.
That's not. Okay, wait. How exactly do I want to do this? Probably change the combo so I get more Yelan hits.
Let the world come alive.
Game's up. Fun's over. Yeah. Make way for the adept.
Flash! Shred 'em!
Yoo-hoo! Let my name echo in
Gotcha. What?
shower me with praise. Time to shine.
Here comes the catch. Busted. Yeah. Skyward. Seize
Did I not proc the fucking Fav?
Thunder!
Yoo-hoo! Let the world come alive.
Quietly now. Game's up. Fun's over. Yeah. Make way for the.
I'm probably not supposed to do any charge attacks, actually. It costs too much Yelan stuff.
Let my name echo in song.
Busted. Things are about to get dicey. Yeah. Skyward. Seize the skies. clouds converge.
Thunder!
Time to shine.
Things are about to get dicey. Yeah, skyward. Make way for the attack.
What am I doing?
Thunder!
Yeah. I mean, fuck. It is what it is, man. We're still on Wolf's Gravestone, by the way. We haven't been on Sig since we did Razor testing. I... Okay, let's get Sucrose back. Put her on TTDS. Make sure she's got the ER Sands. Let's do Cryo. Golden Troop, yep. We don't need Burst, so... Are we overcapped on crit with this? Probably, right? No? Okay, bet. Yeah. Take from this fraud. Well, that's ass. A little overcap, but that's fine. Okay, chat, close your eyes. Mm.
My experiment will succeed.
Okay.
A dash of frost.
Wait, I have Finale. That's not gonna fucking do anything.
Merciless.
Because I don't have healing.
Thunder!
Fearless.
A burst of flavor.
Wait. Wait, Swirl generates Void Rifts? Wait, I didn't know that. I did not know that. I did not know that. Wow. That, right. It's every cryo reaction except melt. Right, I forgot. Right, that makes sense. I forgot about that. Oh, man. Okay, do we have a weapon that doesn't suck? We don't, right? Well, no. It's not fully leveled. How else were you gonna burst on Skirk? I was thinking about 2E Skirk rotations. That's what you do on Arlecchino. With Arlecchino Melt. With Skirk.
Merciless.
I don't want to do like 30 rotations, so I'll just start with this.
Off to the freak. Absorption test. Animal hyper.
Merciless. Paradigm shift.
Up the ante! Up the ante!
A dash of frosting. Animal test 63.
Fearless. Into the void.
Up the ante! Sunder!
A little amuse boost. Swirl. Mark tip.
Merciless.
Another star goes out.
Freeze!
You know what?
Up the ante! Up the ante!
I should probably do slightly shorter rotations
Merciless.
so I can get more Skirk damage. But let's not do charge attacks. Fuck.
Up the ante!
Animal test 6308.
Fearless. Paradigm shift.
Freeze! Sunder! Sunder!
A little amuse boost. Absorption test.
Fearless.
Another star goes out.
Sunder!
A dash of frost. Stand clear. Animal hyper.
Fearless. Into the void.
Freeze! Sunder!
Absorption test.
Fearless. Paradigm shift.
Freeze! Up the ante!
Off to the freezer. Stand clear. Swirl. Mark.
Fearless.
Another star goes out.
Up the ante! Up the ante!
A dash of frosting. Absorption test.
Yeah, so we're pretty stable at like 71, 72.
Sunder!
Yeah. Submit this abomination to the DPS guesser. Yeah. Yeah. And keep a Void Rift on screen. Wait, you're so right. Wait, that would be. Wait. You're actually cooking like crazy right now. Wait. I mean, someone fucking go take a screenshot of it. Is this Kafir Burst a DBS loss? You know, it might not be. I didn't think about that. It might not be. I don't care. Okay. Sorry. Trying gives one more E. No, because you should not be staying on VARKA long enough to get 3 E's. Wait, chat. I think I have a great cook idea. My Yonson is on
Are
no
we
set
going on a
right now
trip?
because he's on scroll, but
Or to a
we're
competition?
not proccing scroll. But it's fine.
Faster, stronger.
Okay.
Let's move.
He took too long to spawn, so I didn't get my particles. What the hell?
On my mark. Enhanced animal module. Headbutt. Time to roll. Here I
Okay,
go.
well that was...
Yeah. Yeah. Animal test 6308.
Thunder!
Start the.
Okay, I don't know about that, actually.
Yeah. Headbutt. Hero incoming.
Okay, I might have cooked too close to the sun, actually. I might have cooked too close to the sun. Bro cooked a 50k Varesa team? Yeah. Somehow. Oh yeah, we're cooked, huh? Yeah, fuck that. Alright, I think that's it for the testing for now. So I'll record the first impressions video. So everyone say hi to YouTube. Hello, beautiful people, and welcome. Hi. I want you to know. Your life can be separated into two parts. Pre-VARKA and post-VARKA. and we have collectively entered the post-VARKA phase of our life. Welcome to the first impressions video on VARKA after a day and a half, I guess, of testing. He has changed my life. And by that, I mean, I was a happy boy. I was an enthusiastic and optimistic individual. And then VARKA was released, and now I fucking hate myself. I shouldn't swear in the first 30 seconds. And now I hate my life. You know, I never actually noticed it before today. But the grass really is greener on the other side. This sucks, actually. Anyways, yeah, I mean, alright. VARKA is pretty much exactly as expected. I've tested him on 2 accounts, right? I didn't end up getting him on my account. I'm pretty sure I'm not gonna get him, unfortunately. And a lot of this testing was focused on min-maxing the combos. Not because you need to, or because it's that impactful. Just because min-maxing the combos, I can just stay in my bubble. Like, okay, this combo is like 2% better, 3% worse. It's fine. Oh, new combo, good, cool, wow. But once I start testing teams, I have to compare them to other teams. And that's when I start getting upset. Yeah, VARKA, if you followed any of the pre-release cycle for him, VARKA's not great. He's not awful. Like, he's playable. But for a unit release in 2026, he falls short. He's so far behind the other recent characters that it's going to be difficult to make him work. Now, obviously, he's getting a Stygian boss dispatch that's going to make him feel acceptable. But, yeah. You know, before VARKA's release, I was talking about how getting VARKA's SIG and playing Razor carry is going to give you better results than getting VARKA. If you only want to get one 5-star, VARKA's SIG is better for your VARKA's team DPS than VARKA is. And yeah, I mean, my testing does seem to align with that. I talked about how his best team at C0 was going to be Binefa. And yeah, my testing also seems to align with that. So that's something. There is a silver lining, though. If you really like VARKA and you want to get him no matter what, there is a silver lining, which is that I've come to realize after a lot of VARKA testing that honestly his whole team is full of frauds. Venti is a fraud, Durin is a fraud, and Bennett is like the least fraudulent. But he's also like a half fraud. Just because he doesn't synergize with the other frauds on the team. So, what do I mean by Venti is a fraud and Durin is a fraud? VARKA isn't gated by cooldowns. His skill cooldown is 16 seconds, and that's shorter than pretty much every support you want to use with him. And with Animal Resonance, it's basically 15 seconds, right? So you can do reliable, like, sub 16-second rotation, like around 15 to 16, if your supports have short animations. In other words, the gain from 5-star characters that are powerful, but also have long animations that extend your rotations, is mitigated, and it's not as meaningful as you would expect if you just compare the value of the buffs. And that's a big problem with Durin, because VARKA by default already forces you to run a second animal unit, right? His passive that gives you times 2.2 on basically all of his damage except the burst, which you don't use, so it basically is all of his damage. Needs a second animal in the party, and VARKA is doing a lot of non-animal damage, so you have a pretty strong incentive to be bringing VV already. But that means you already have a bunch of shred, which makes the value of getting more shred a little bit less impactful. It doesn't matter quite as much. It's still not bad, but comparatively, it's doing a lot less than if you didn't already have VV. In other words, the portion of Durin's value that's provided through the res shred is lower. And that's the only buff Durin provides. Other than that, it's all personal damage. But honestly, the teams that you're using here don't really have buffs to the off-field characters, right? Bennett doesn't buff the off-field character. Venti, the VV does, I suppose, but that's it. Which means that Durin's off-field damage is also not that high compared to teams that get more off-field buffs, like Overload teams that have Showers. With a 40% and a little bit of uptime on her C6 if you have that. Overall, I want to make it clear. I'm not saying that Durin is not the best, is not part of VARKA's best team right now. But the idea I want to bring forward here is that he's not that far ahead of the competition. And he's really replaceable. That's the case for Venti too. Venti has a similar issue where, again, long animation. It extends your rotations. And also, long animation on your animal unit means you have to choose, am I using a long animation after Bennett and losing Bennett buff uptime on VARKA? Or am I using it before Bennett and losing VV uptime on VARKA? And both options feel awful. This has led to a situation where, you're gonna see that when you watch the clips of my testing, where the difference between VARKA's full premium team and VARKA with only 4-star supports that don't even have the best synergy with him is just smaller than the difference between Serpent Spine and Sig. Much smaller, actually. And that just kind of feels bad. But the silver lining is that if every character in his team is a fraud, that means that every character in his team is replaceable if we end up getting stronger characters in the future. Is that something you should be banking on? Fuck no. My goodness. If you mainly care about getting a strong character, do not get VARK. That's a bad idea. Don't do that to yourself. But if you like VARKA and you're asking yourself, okay, well, I want to play VARKA. I want to actually be playing him for a long time. I like him a lot. Maybe you don't care that much about getting Fearless clears. All you care about is being able to do Abyss. Or maybe you do care about getting Fearless and you're willing to go for like for R1 or something like that. I would recommend pumping the brakes when it comes to getting other characters that go on his teams, getting Venti, getting Durin. I think it's a good idea to wait until we see. Right, we've heard through the grapevine for a while now that Nicole is supposed to be part of VARKA's premium team. I would wait until we see what Nicole does and how important it is to have Durin if you have Nicole already or something like that. But yeah, I'm gonna leave you guys with the testing. And I will see you guys for the outro. Enjoy. All right, and now we gotta record the outro. So, I didn't test every single thing I wanted to test yet. I still haven't figured out a way to make the reactions line up for Meld VARKA in a way that doesn't feel awful. I might try to do that in the coming days. And we can quickly talk about the non-premium options for VARKA: Cryo, Hydro, Electro. Honestly, if you were watching the testing that I was doing on the account where I'm on right now, the one that has Wolf's Gravestone, remember that Wolf's Gravestone is a more meaningful, or is a better weapon if you're not playing Bena and you're not playing a bunch of attack buffers. You're not getting Pyro Resonance and stuff like that because, well, it's an attack weapon, so the stat is redundant if you already have a lot of attack. So the gap, if you're on Serpent Spine, for example, would be bigger than what was showcased in the video or in the clips you've seen. Honestly, like from what I looked at, from what I've seen, the next best the option that felt the next best after Pyro was Cryo. I haven't tried with Sarah because I didn't have a build Sarah on the accounts where I tried him so far. But I'm not too optimistic about Sarah anyways, so yeah. Yeah, for the Cryo teams, you kind of just benefit from the good Cryo characters having short animations and cooldowns that don't extend your rotations. Right? You're playing Escoffier. Cooldown won't extend your rotation. The animation is really short. You don't have to burst if you don't have Farina on the team, right? Because it's a panic button if you need healing, but you don't need to put it in your rotation. And then if you're using Skirk, I mean, then that is a burst animation, but it's Skirk, so like it's justifiable anyways. If you're using something like Shenhe, you just don't use your burst. Right? And it's basically no, like, very short animations. If you're using Chongyun, also short animations, and even can make your rotations shorter with a cooldown reduction. Although, I don't love Chongyun, honestly. But yeah, there's just... the main issue that the premium Pyro team has, a lot of the Cryo teammates that you want to consider for VARKA do not have. So it just makes things feel a bit less awkward. Even though, obviously, the synergy as a whole and the characters are a bit less powerful for VARKA. A lot of the clunk being removed bridges the gap and makes it a lot less lopsided than it otherwise would have been. they're still a decent amount behind the Pyro teams, but if you have a very strong VARKA, you'll be able to clear cryo content with it. Hydro teams, honestly, I did not like. Like, they're usable, but it just feels worse than just playing a double Hydro team. Like, just play mono Hydro Yelan. Like, just play Navi. I don't know. It just ugh. You're kind of better off. Like, in the best teams for him, you're kind of better off putting him on VV and swapping to him to prog VV and then swapping out. And having, like, something other than a second Animo on the last slot instead. Which just feels awful, like, realizing that you'll probably get better results if you don't play the character that you're playing because you like them, just feels bad. But the Hydro team functions. It's alright. The more damage you get from other characters, the better the team is gonna perform. Because he doesn't have synergistic Hydro characters that work well with his teams. Right? You're using Farina, it extends your rotation length, which isn't that big of a deal, but it is a bit annoying. And forces you to bring a healer, and his healer options within Hydro and Animo are not good. Mona, honestly, just isn't that great, because VARKA's damage is a little bit backloaded, because his skill is a little bit better to use than just his normal attacks and his charge attacks. Right, skill and the enhanced charge attack that replaces the skill. And those, you have to, like, basically build up throughout your uptime. You're never getting both Mona buffed. Mona buff falls off mid-rotation. It's ugh. And then Electro, I don't know, man. The Electro stuff just doesn't. It hasn't felt too great for me, but to be fair, the accounts I've tested on didn't have the best stuff, the best setup. So I guess jury's still out to some extent, but yeah. Conclusion from day one testing of VARKA. He's just as powerful as expected, which is to say, not very. In terms of how fun he is, he kind of feels clunky, honestly. Something you might have noticed from the footage is when you do VARKA's or his charge attack, his default charge attack is pretty good to use. It's not necessary to use it if you're, like, low on stamina or something. He doesn't lose the same amount of damage as, like, Hu Tao would lose not using her charge attacks. But it is good to use if, you know, you can. The combo I've defaulted to after a bunch of testing has just been N2C spam. And one thing you might have noticed is if you input your special charge attack while you have it available, okay, at the wrong time, you can end up losing the attack you're currently doing because it'll cancel it.
On me. Shred 'em.
Right there, we got the Animo hit, but we didn't get the Electro hit that comes after. Other than that, the skill, in my opinion, kind of feels worse to use than the enhanced charge attack. But the enhanced charge attack is worse. So you're gonna have, like, if you want to play him optimally, you're gonna have to do the attack that feels bad. Because, like, this one feels good to use. I like it. Like, it's got a satisfying animation. And you're just supposed not to use it, which is quite unfortunate. If you have his signature weapon, the attack speed difference is actually pretty noticeable. But it's only really noticeable for long attack strings. If you do N2C, it doesn't feel as bad not to have Sig. So I don't think that aspect is that big of a deal. But anyways, that's gonna do it for the first impressions. As much as the VARKA isn't the best unit, I have actually enjoyed testing him so far. Sometimes it's about finding happiness in the little things. And making fun of VARKA together is fairly enjoyable. So as usual, hope you enjoyed. Hope you learn a thing or two. Do the good old YouTube thing. Leave a like, comment, subscribe. And for your comment, I want you to insult VARKA. That's what you should do in your comment. Tell him he's ugly. Tell him his Claymore's skin is honestly disgustingly ugly. Like, why would you ever use it? Tell him I don't know. I don't got anything in me. I don't have VARKA slander. I don't have the ability to slander VARKA. He's too... I like him too much. I would never say anything negative about him, but I want to. So that's where you come in. I need your help in the comments. Anyways, I'll see you guys on the next one. Bye, YouTube. Alright, chat. And thank you for letting me your account. I think that's gonna be it for today. VARKA quest tomorrow? Not tomorrow. No. I think tomorrow is more LINNEA stuff, probably. Do I have a video to post? I think I didn't post the... Yeah, I didn't post the banner review. So, as usual, I'll post... Well, that's a long title, huh? Alright, video's been posted. If you can find it through YouTube, it helps more with the algorithm. If you're too lazy, I understand. I'll post the link in chat. Go watch it, leave a like, comment, subscribe, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye!